once more. Into the fridge. Previously, heat management, in base. Doing alright. Upper industry. Online, oil collecting has begun. Hydrogen has been brought in and harnessed for thermal purposes. Not that we're using this air conditioner yet, but, you know, someday. Not even an air conditioner, really, just a gas-driven heat pump. A radiator. Radiant cooler. And, yeah, volcano interactions. The gates are open. The science has begun. Let's see, so what all is powered by that battery? Right, quite a bit actually, because power from this circuit gets to bleed off into the electro valve here and travel to the industrial sector. The tube. The inspiration struck that since the tube is a reality, well, a closing reality soon, tube. And alongside that, hey, plastic exists. Plastic is real. I'll elevate plastic production priority. Let's keep that thing cycling. We'll soon have to decide what to do with the methane that keeps bubbling off of here. Thinking extend the kitchen a bit. It's furthermore, so, oh wait, so yeah, furniture, fancy bed is known. And we have our inaugural tube station set up, for all that it's not really being driven consequentially yet. But yeah, what if I build, like, a nice housing complex down here by the printing pod? Incidentally, I have unreasonable volumes of mealwood seed and so forth that are in need of composting. As will happen. Or yeah, so current leg goals. Finish tube, activate tube. Continue to accumulate industrial materials. Such as we need to do the thing. That definitely means that I got some unlocking to do. I want to pull all this liquid off of the roof. Do have room to introduce a liquid filter. And liquid buffer to go with that. Or wait, flip this over. Flip this to be going up. And then run a tube up and across the floor to join that. Consequently, be forced to resurface that floor. Filtered output that will go there. Rim on that side. Connect on that side. Unfiltered output that will, another tailings pond of sorts into which to shove the spare ice. And then let's see, we got the fancy wire living out here. Yeah. Once I'm gonna go take a step in this wheel. Need battery sufficiently full. Oh, you aren't actually there. Something got severed. Problem solved. That explains everything. At some point I will want to harness that methane and other exhaust. One candidate using that material. Definitely to just throw down a gas reservoir up here on the roof and use that to drive the grill. Install a grill over here in this corner. Once research allows for it, where it's time to start the big sweep of filling in all pre-space tech. Also, let's see, I think we can get away with applying a little bit of control to our oxygen pumps. That should help reduce the tendency of the machine to stall when any of its supplies kick out. Make sure that when it does stall, it does so in like a stable way for restarting it. Reduce the complications involved in operating the machine. And yeah, there we go. We have the runoff is preferentially going into the coolant loop. Metal making has heightened priority. Glass making doesn't need to have all the priority, but yeah, a lot. A fair dose. We'll maintain some minimum air pressure in the oxygen in this chamber. But also make sure that the pumps have enough air that they are comfortably biting into it and pulling their full 500 grams a second. Perfectly polished. runoff needs to be allowed to go somewhere. For now, that might just be another liquid storage tank in the vicinity. The fridge proceeds apace. Alright, so if I wanted to make an apartment complex here, first of all, I can decommission this farm entirely. The old Mealwood Center's done all it had to. I actively dislike Satisfactory. Plenty about how it is put together frustrates and confounds the core loop. A good design and builds game. Chunk of ice. Here, on Cold Planet? Intriguing. Imagine. Okay, so starting from the tube station. Let's see here. Build in towards the pod or out towards these various ice blocks. Well, if anything, I would want the pod chamber to become a rec room of some sort. Rec room or a great hall. Let me measure out some standard blocks here. There's going to be a disconnect between exactly where I have the floors up here and where I have them down here, and that's alright. Made this set too tall. Can't allow time to keep on slipping. So we have plenty of good work to do. Alright, so king and granite. Setting up a bathroom at the entryway. That's a fine way to go about this. Four with a sink on each side. And just kind of get a direct copy of our water utility room from up top, but down here. I don't believe there's any hard cap on the number of duplicates you can print into a base. And as part of getting all this board out, we'll just go ahead and create a, like, relief pit underneath to drain all of this ice into as we finally force it to thaw. Let's see, how big is this ice block? Less than 14 by 7. Like a 24 by 4 would be one answer. We're at 12 by 8, just one standard cube. No, a 12 by 8, so two standard cubes. For the time being, let me try to wrap this thing in insulation. Every direction except the one where we are going to drain. And likewise down here, we're going to want insulation so things don't thaw right back out. And to limit the influence of that other cube. Where? Wait, right though. Wastewater out, I want that to offset. And then that comes down here for processing. Or rather, have it drop down this way. Yeah. I'm going to put the carbon skimmer all the way back in the corner here. Carbon skimmer, and the other fixture I put in there was a compost heap, right? Liam. Liam. Stay there. Remain calm. Someone will fix this. There we go. There. It's fine. I need to melt down this one as well. I leave the side of this open for now. This is going to spend a while under construction. No one has to live in it right now. So, no concerns there. And then, so, room-wise. Make good bedroom. Be at least 12 tiles and at least 4 tall. Could get away with making a 3 by 4 proper bedroom, maybe? Single comfy bed, no industrial machinery. Well, no, because like the largeness of the comfy bed itself creates the other dimension that it needs. Right. Building apartments makes me split from my usual pattern, because that doesn't work out divisible. And that's fine. This ladder can also just come out as we build up some other ratio. Yeah, this ladder is actually exactly where the wall of one set would need to be. The question would become, how many dupes am I planning to put inside of this cab? This ice was also on the verge of breaking down. Leave this ladder in for now. start to plan around the destruction of several of the old icebergs. And just leave in a little splash guard here. Dig a splash guard and plunge some mesh into the floor for drainage. Keep any unwanted fluids from building up. At some point, this volcano will log off and we'll be able to do maintenance on it. The grill, which does need a little bit of electricity. Since it is not a power generator, it does not count for our achievement for clean living. Although, perhaps we defy the grill. No, we have a lot of skill points built up. Nice. We can have many very clever dupes the moment we have hyperabundance of morale. These two achievements feel like one, they go hand in hand, and two, the implications of the population curve you need to maintain to have run 400,000 kilocalories of food in 100 days. You have to scale up aggressively while also making use of meat. Specific ban is on natural gas generator, petroleum generator, wood burner, and coal generator. We permit the grill. Emits a little bit of carbon. Does kill germs. Ah, good. Here comes that small dose of hydrogen from the tap up top. Just a touch. It's going to make its way down and buffer next to the volcano. Well, hold on. Do I want to let it flow all the way in right away? Yes, actually. Because it's very easy to reclaim that gas when it leaks out during maintenance. Get a deodorizer out by this whole rig. We got some swamp gas. And alright, yeah, Rock Crusher has to leave. Rock Crusher needs to relocate to immediately below previous location of Rock Crusher. It's fine. The rock crushing alcove where that device can live. And it occurred to me that while I'm repurposing all of this area, probably somewhere in here would be the right place to set up the swamp farm. Reed fiber for any wood I might eventually decide I need. Coolant loop looking healthy and strong. Continue the work of installing the tube. Bring all brine ice to the current brine storage, such as it is. Also start bottling this chlorine. We got plenty of that floating around. Backlog of oil. Let me sneak in a fluid buffer for petroleum. Okay, so for one, these are just oxygen and stank oxygen. I would like those to just go ahead and vent back into their immediate surroundings. Okay, that's basically all of the hydrogen out of this area. There are trivial quantities left. Our work here is done. For now. So all of that hydrogen is now creeping its way over here, increasing the available pressure in the heat transfer chamber. Just get enough of it in. And squeeze the oxygen out, and then this place will be operating at capacity. Things I could do to pass the time in this zone. Quarry out some of this rock. And I can make my way over to just shy of this volcano. Crew, build a bridge so that people don't have to keep diving into the oil tank. That might help. Alright, so it looks like things are comfortably warm in the current status quo for the base. We can juice berries. Interesting. I confirm that this is extended kitchen space if I move this power wheel over. And like evict this old ceramic storage. Right now you are powering a battery that doesn't do anything. Was that? Category of machine. Furniture. There you are. Oh, it requires a water hookup as well. Well, that makes sense. It requires a very slight water hookup. So it's water that reaches the, yeah, water that reaches the farm is still cooling sufficiently for now. Let's poke another hole in the insulation out here. Though, of course, to use the grill for anything, these are also all the composite foods. We need to start growing pepper. Which is a swamp plant. A use for the swamp farm, to add flavor. I'll just put in a tap off of the electrolyzer line, and then turn up how much water is allowed to go to the electrolyzer slightly so that it can buffer. And the work continues. Thinking a 4x4 apartment brick living here behind this, this communal washroom and by the tube station. Move all current dupes into it and also repurpose the sleep and food space in the upper base that's there at the moment. They've sent us tubes. Tube inbound. So I can also go in from above here. Have this opened up and freely poke about on the roof of this building to be. So it is over here where the main access ladder goes. Which also means I could extend this washroom. How large is that permitted to be? Up to 64. So up to 16 tiles long at that height. What is overheating? Ah, the sweeper, once again. Okay, so probably immediately behind the sweeper, I also want a gold temp shift plate. Which means, yeah, I want more gold to be processed, which will take a bit. Okay, chlorine filter. Awaiting final installation. Legacy carbon skimmer suffering from lack of priority. Do a bit to reshuffle that. we're starting to shake up here. So we'll build a mat. This has happened before, it will happen again. Don't worry about it. Hassan's just taking a minute. Hassan's gonna appreciate the scenery. It's fine. Impressive. Very capable architecture. So, comfy beds. Many of them. Conveyor detectors. Let's get sweeps. Tiny, helpful friend. Sweepy. Slowly preparing to move a lot of ice. Anyway, wanted to build a grand hall that incorporates the pod, which hopefully I may as well go ahead and look up on the wiki. Confirmation as to whether the pod is considered an industrial machine. Great. Hall. Straight to the article for industrial machinery. Things that are considered industrial machinery. Electrolyzer, the carbon skimmer, the deoxidizer, all forms of generators and transformers. Nothing food related, nothing plumbing related. Gas pumps and filters. Oil refinery, water sieve, polymer press. Yep, most refining buildings. Nothing medical, nothing furniture. Loom and the suit forge, the ore scrubber, the conveyor loader, and the solid filter. Okay, I'll take that as confirmation that the printing pod is okay for that. So, Great Hall. Contains mass tables, contains no industrial machinery, up to 120 tiles. A recreational building. We're going to take 120 divided by 9. Makes 13 1/3 wide. So 12 by 9. Yeah, measuring up from the floor of the pod. So we're going to need to knock out these old storage containers. Relocate them to be someone else's problem. Nope. I'll be able to afford a bit more height than that because I'm going to build, like, multiple layers into this thing. Granite floor. And wherever anything metal has to show up, get that in gold amalgam. We're going to do all of this into non-insulated tile. The original ration box can be taken out. Both of the diffusers. Gold pneumatic doors at the bottom. And then, let's see, I'm looking for dining space for 16 dupes. That is our current next target population after I've gotten the new setup. I can put access ladders around the outside. Yes, there's my 16. Roof goes there. This all switches to disassembly. I'll leave the weird air pocket in for the time being. Throw down some nice granite drywall. Leave the whole... yeah, the whole light radius of the pot itself shining all over the place. Complement that with some ceiling lights. Going to research the bigger art canvas. Guess I'll skip over to that after Sweepy. Can block out where big art would go in all this. Oh, but we also need an entertainment building to live somewhere in this space to make it a hall. Would the pod itself count for that purpose? Offer and accept. An orb is often welcome. A good orb can make all sorts of difference. Put in the big effort to construct this place and migrate into it to be closer to space, and now I proceed to migrate back away from it. As you do. 2 more comfy beds I can pay for. We have paid for the initial tube length in material. Dare we invent the beach? Always. Probably have some gold sitting around again. Yes. Allocate this tile, which I feel is going to be very important for the volcano rework. And to provide a bit more of a heat sink, could sneak some more ice plates in here. Well, let me see. 7 tiles of mesh down there to use for drainage. Can fit a ton per tile, so yeah, those can thaw and collapse and be fine. Add even more oil buffer. I could just pop this tank and let its air all waft back into the general environment. That is an option. Various distant, muffled dupe noises. Just gonna move this battery down. In the process, reroute that wire. And then when I'm orchestrating here, right this moment is... Preserved food storage, since this will be a natural carbon trap. do a bit more of the old decentralizing. I just really want this room sealed off so I can see if it qualifies just by virtue of the pod being here. The pod is a natural social center. Everyone is friends of the pod. Alright, so this is now 100 tiles. Missing plus 20 decor, missing recreational building. Okay, so if I remove ladders in the middle. And is there a 2-tile recreational building that I can just sneak into the mid there? I believe so, since the water cooler is the minimum viable recreational building. And just that and any decorations on the walls. And I just want to go ahead and arrange for a little air hookup. Once more, fall back on the kilns. This is how we generate heat. A whole bunch of hatch have moved in over here. Might need to arrange those. I can. And yeah, just make sure that all these wild swamp plants are opportunistically harvested wherever they are alive. Meat has arrived. Oh, it also occurred to me as part of planning this that, hey, we do have all this diamond. Actually, what if the entire interior floor of this place is diamond? Now we're talking. Real decoration only. There we go. Throw down some extreme construction priorities on getting those 4 bedrooms to exist. Since the moment those are a thing. When I'll feel pretty comfortable pointing off some new arrivals who can move directly into the nice bedrooms. Right, they need 1 decoration. Do not recall if crown molding counted for this purpose, or if I will have to hang a plant. Tube. Tube lives. Mostly upper tube that has any consistent power, but tube does not yet live. Tube lives. The juicer is supposed to be in a break room rather than part of a kitchen. Never mind, then. Well, I'll leave it there for now. Just another little thing we're waiting to clean up. Somebody take this tube. The tube station buffers enough energy to launch a tube. Fish. Fish that very slowly purifies water just by living in it. What a helpful fish. Farewell. It left behind an egg. Fish will live on. Lived a good life. That fish. Ground molding suffices. These are official beds rooms. And this is now a great hall. Art were declared. Getting those kills. Sneak in another little trap there to keep the liquid as it forms on the inside. No splashing. Gonna move a lot of my cold storage over here. As good a place as any. Yeah, that is the usual. You have more life support than you need, so inefficiencies will crop up in your air distribution network. Open up that valve a bit more, since we are looking at establishing more stuff back in the old base. Safety's sake, let me just clip the hydrogen inlet for the volcano. You will never convince Cat to spin wheel. What kind of stuff over here doesn't have storage space? Metal ore. Okay. Buff yokel. Unconstructive night owl. Suit-wearing farming chef who is a noodle-armed night owl. May. Welcome to the team. You are authorized to work the grill. But also, mostly we need another builder. Looking good. And actually, yeah, what if I just preemptively put a bit of mesh tile in the floor in case of flooding? Nah, I won't worry about it. Okay, good. Kilns are up, the thaw begins. Sort of. They'll give it a shot. I just need to prop up a ladder so they can install that corner on the insulation. Got a good view of all this hydrogen. As part of this phase of things, it might be time for more exploratory digs. Let's see, so you... dormant. Let's get you scanned. And meanwhile, you are active. I think between our two water geysers, we have a very healthy supply of hot liquid. We're really feeling the lack of a heavy power supply of any sort. Either via the space or via the deep. Or via a hydrogen vent. There have been no signs of any of those. Much farther through the space rock would I have to dig to reach daylight? Not that far. Things to do. Thankfully, not a period of mic muting. Just regular old contemplative silence. I'll punch out this ice block since it is in the way of construction. Do need to keep the plastic machine running. Means I do need to keep the oil refinery running. Increasing amounts of stray natural gas are oozing about, causing a fuss. Might relocate this oil refinery into some more properly thought out industrial block. Definitely on the list of things to do. Remove these two sections of ladder. Then I can instead kludge a pump into here. Or if I just take out this floor, allow this liquid to fall all the way down and catch here, then I can sort it out later. Iron gut, small bladder, but intensely creative. Quick learning, biohazard, and intensely creative. Tasteless narcoleptic, tryptophobia. Supply and tidying gene. Gene, welcome. Gene. Janitorial gene. Logistics gene. Gene who sweeps. Moment any of this flares into action, have our initial pilot supply of water for that bathroom. What else lacks storage space here? Seeds. Coal. What do I have right now? 80 tons. Pretty goodly amount. There's a tiny bit of ice down here that's forming as this water flows down to collect. That's what's going on. Still, the work has begun. The brick. The slab. Alright, so successfully dropped out that floor. That in mind, I could also adjust all of this over. Alright, and of course also the tall canvas. The long art. Given the opportunity, yes, I can run big power behind any of these. So I can also have a main power trunk to switch over to. In the event that I achieve such a thing. Another form of tube. I have 2 tons of steel. Modest, but usable. Steel is the main bottleneck for eventual go to space, since these are kind of necessary. I wish to harness the sun. Yep, some liquid water is reaching the side. Gotta keep on it. It's If I were to do this setup again, it would be layer of insulation, layer of mesh, and then the kilns. Or set things up so the kilns are providing their heat from the side or the top of the iceberg. I see no pressing need for diagrams of this. The technology is not complex. The wall of brine ice waiting to thaw. Splash guard, just in case. Genius. Perfected marble. Methane lives in a weird middle zone. Its density is between carbon and oxygen. It goes near, but not all the way to the bottom of a given stack of gases. I'm gonna go mop this. I will then no longer need that pipe. This whole setup can keep running jank-wise for a fair while. Really want to activate this passing attempt at an air filter. Try to bring any of this natural gas down over. So with that in mind, shouldn't my exhaust for this part of the project be like way over there? Yeah, so then instead of you going directly to here, you jump up this line. this line, which will end up going all the way over there. Construct all of that. Sever this. Instead, pass that line on through. Which, yeah, nothing is moving right now because that has no destination because of this bridge. New fish. Fish that drinks the stank water, releases pure water, which then freezes and falls back into the stank water. Nature in action. And okay, the coolant loop is now full, so I can cut that off completely. And let's see, still more storage needed for dirt. And a print is available. 100 more steel. Yeah, that wins out over either of these two. Take the steel. There's no denying. That's steel. And plant more decorative plants. And let's see. Yeah, there's some of this room is lit. Some else of it isn't. Operator is the next thing I want to aim for. Alright, so we are grabbing some water and successfully feeding it on up to this bathroom. And so I suppose what I want to do then is set up a temporary water treatment setup. Well, let's see. So, carbon skimmer, water sieve, reservoir, water sieve. That's the layout from up there. Rearrange that a little, though. Yeah, there we go. Doing it this way lets me have this bathroom start buffering its sewage for now. Should have some kind of carbon skimmer active. Imagine let's get all sorts of places. Storage for algae. For rust. And for egg. Everything accounted for now. I have these tanks of mixed water that I should dispose of. Another project to do. Thoroughly cooled the vicinity of the volcano again. Still wiggling. Several tons of metal waiting to be harvested the moment it is safe to crack open. Did the oxygen escape from here somehow? Strange. That auto sweeper is already made of something as durable as possible against heat. It broke because limits of the chamber in its current configuration mean that the heat flow isn't properly calibrated. There are adjustments to be made when it is safe to perform surgery. Six more beds, and then the work of melting the upper ice block. Which I could go ahead and draft more kilns. Actually, I can just go ahead and not put beds into those rooms yet, when I could instead place more kilns. It's an apartment that's also a kiln. Fertilizer doesn't have storage space. Give me an agricultural bin or two. Also, apparently somewhere in the base there is an unassigned snazzy suit. Yes. You. Jean gets a suit. You. Stinky. Means that it's actually 3 more suits that we want. Alright, so alongside everything else, I want something to sort out the liquids here and send them to their appropriate destinations. And I'm not terribly concerned with throughput. So I'll just go ahead and set them up likewise. Brine is going down to Brine Cave. Filter that out first. I will not bother desalinating it immediately. And then polluted water goes over and joins sewage. Leaving clean water to travel somewhere. But wait, clean water I can then just dump onto the water main. $720 potential local load. Exactly safe to do. Yeah, once I've done that, I can tear down these and start thinking about repurposing this volume over here. Or yeah, I'm thinking Swamp Farm, particularly Swamp Farm, is something that I can start pulling surplus polluted water into. Do I have in my supply of seeds any balm lily? Fire, mealwood, noshbean, blossom, thimble, fungus, earth, buddy, joya, oxyfern, wart, fir, waterweed, acorn, no mirth leaves. Pity. Those are quite helpful. actually, then. Cost of drywall adds up a lot. Igneous rock. There's a good industrial drywall. Okay, printer, sutler, supplier, operator with noodle arms. Science brain. Meal. Get in here and operate. Operate / backup research. I don't have any hot rocks to throw over here to manually bring more heat to the ice house. I have only lukewarm rock at best. Been a while since I ran the slime condenser. This can return to normal priority. Okay, filters are up. Take brine. You take fluted. Tube connects. And I have hundreds of tons of sand. No concerns there. Farm's getting a bit warm. Let's scrape out this abyssalite. In fact, if I want to improve heat conduction through this whole stretch. Yeah. Solid gold fire ladder. Okay, so. Now, helpfully backlogged by just the level of water consumption that we do. And that's reasonably cool water as well. It's actually going to take a while for those to drain. Unless I provide them an appropriate sink. Okay with that. They'll take their time. Also, let's see, was that all of the brine right away? No, there's still a bunch of brine at the back. Okay, they'll get there. Oop. Alright, what circuit was overloading? Now let me sever that air pump. Yeah, okay, second wave of ice plates is in. It'll take a while for them to thaw. Volcano is dormant. Volcano is dormant. Maintenance can occur. Highest priority, we conduct volcano surgery. That is in fact higher priority than this nonsense with the water filtering, so I will leave that alone. Instead, drive this. Rowan. Science must begin. Also, wait, somebody hit this foot wheel?
Beep.
And it looks like the interior is now entirely hydrogen. So, let me go ahead and say that gold conductive plate should go here and here. Obsidian drywall there. Pure actual gold has enough of a melting point for this. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Let's be a little safer and keep the gold plate only directly in contact with the steam bar. Those can be made of obsidian. It's hot in here. And reactivate this pump. So that is my first step for making sure that the hydrogen gets recaptured. Plenty of heat sink that should keep this from melting down until we are done. Okay, when temperature is below 150. I'm going to take this wave of spicy rocks out of here. This accepts all refined metal. Rocks will be very spicy at first. They will need time to cool it. Okay, a problem. That is no longer ideal. The platform has moved. Okay, so conveyor chute. If I instead drop them... Where would I drop them? Into the cooling pond. Yeah. Into somewhere adjacent to the coolant pond. Iron conveyor rail. Just snip that. Forget this chute ever existed. And we might have a small heat incident until we resolve this issue. Small incident. It's fine. Be careful around the hot rail. There. Now I can move. Get another obsidian conductive plate there. Alright, candidates for 16th dupe. Branching, operating, constructive, decorating, researching, mole-handed, pacifist, grease monkey, tryptophobic chef. Having a rancher of any caliber. Yeah, I think we take Devon. That'll do. You're a farmer, for now. I can switch over how I'm putting air into these suits, since I already have that pre-sorted oxygen line. Well, alright, keep the wheel around. But it is only powering these suit checkpoints. We've gained knowledge of the volcano. Alright, it is active for 72 out of every 120 days. For 0.6 uptime, not bad. Apply that to our previous known rate of output for an average of 320 grams of copper a day. Free. And yeah, we got months to perform surgery on it. Good times. Getting it down to mere scalding, boiling temperatures rather than geological temperatures. I'll work out what a good thermostat setting is for this thing over time. So I no longer need to use this thing to produce copper ore. To produce refined copper. Iron, steel, gold. Get our copper for free from the earth. The main additional organ I would consider installing to up the effectiveness of this system would be to put in a fluid circulating loop of just some closed coolant, probably crude oil. Just would need to choose the appropriate metal or the conductive tube. Solid iron melts at 15, 30. Solid steel melts at 24, although I do want to reserve my steel for space where possible. Solid gold melts at 1,000. Takes a while to install those panels. Letting all that backing exist and get up to temperature is also going to improve our conductivity. Iron pipe should do it. Alright, so if I do like that. The problem then being that I can't quite sneak that tube back into the steam chamber without also having to break that down. We'll see how well this can do as just a solid-state device first. Yep, that's all the paneling in. The research is done. I'm going to seal it up. I'm going to let it repressurize with all the stray hydrogen we can find. Three kilograms is probably good enough. We'll see. The big inefficiency right now is like this chunk here that has a lot of heat that is not going to do great at bleeding off into the surroundings, but we'll see. Keeping the air hot, it is keeping the wheels spinning. Steam room does its best. We've managed to rescue much of the copper from the interior. It's now helpfully flooding the coolant pool with heat. Hot basement. Gold press still operating. Let's hold on. Much equipment. Right, that's including the suit checkpoints. That's fine. Still don't use any of these Atmo suits. It has gotten too hot in the farm again. I hate to see. Probably a knock-on effect of the of all of this heat that came out during the transport of the metal starting up. It's going to take a while to manage and mitigate this. Let's poke holes in the insulation of the farm itself. Yeah, we have a healthy food backlog. They say thermal regulator. Aren't you supposed to shut off before you hit your overheat temperature? And okay, yeah, that is activated because the base is a bit toasty right now due to the incident. Want to cool those pipes. Guess they'll let the air conditioner give it a shot. Got plenty of oil buffered. Filtered a tiny bit of water out of that oil. Slide in fluid storage tank over here. Buffer petroleum in. already the worst of this is making its way out. Wave will pass. Suit. Suit up. I could just get that spare volcano heat all the way down here. And okay, so I've put this water in for use in this bathroom. Got more because this, alright, yeah, the lower vent is back in season. Am I at the point where I want another water sink of some sort? Imagine. Well, I definitely want to think about Swamp Farm. So, starting over here arbitrarily, just down the road, got an igneous, I guess. This is something that wants to be insulated. So, igneous insulation. Terribly many swamp plants. And swamp plants aren't tall. Let's go ahead and retain this, this chunk of vintage material. incorporate it into the structure. As the time arises for it, I could start to pump all the sewage up from the depths. Bring all my swamp water together for a party. I have left this room with no room for a temperature probe. Let's get you out of the way. And isolate this from those. These over to that. Cut out this old wire. Either remove a plant, or I let, like, this room serve as a proxy for what conditions are like up above. The volcano machinery is connected to the steam turbine itself. Means I will want a manual wheel to move to somewhere, or rather just rebuild a manual wheel. Out of something more resilient. For the time being. I don't know how much more steam pressure would be of use in the chamber. It's already sitting at 13 kilogram. It's several atmospheres of steam live there. It does what it needs to. All this methane, though. I'd like to have a talk about the preponderance of methane in the upper chamber. So mechanics-wise, the turbine itself will take in as much steam as it feels like through its outlets. You only adjust the rate at which it is taking steam in by the outlets. If you can find enough heat in that charge of steam, then it will ramp up to its appropriate power output. Well, you get full power out of the turbine is by having hot enough steam, not necessarily more steam. Spicy. Okay, things are a bit scalding in the industrial block. I should drop the hot metal into the liquid itself. Actually. Gotta quench that. Comes in with way more heat than the glass. What would it do for temperatures in here if I just tried to install one chunk of hot copper pipe into the wall? Okay, the answer is they used the cold copper pipe. Understandable. Okay, I think we are now in the situation where running this pump will do the things I wanted. Maybe. Yeah, steel is categorized as manufactured material rather than refined metal. Be why there is this brick of steel that has been left behind. Also a chunk of ore that has been left behind. Get those to scoot on out of there. Cat eggs. Pipelines. Send the sewage back upstream for now. Oh, that's what I could sink this extra water into. I could be running this carbon skimmer. This or an equivalent other nearby carbon skimmer on non-recycled water. Noise-making machines. X-level automation techniques. The box that hoots. Minimum temperature you need to survive is 22. Actually just let the industrial heat ebb through the floor and that would do it. Let's get some of this hot to make its way down. Or this hot. Deconstructing found furniture. I think you can do that? I guess it's a mod. There is a mod to be able to disassemble found furniture. I can tear down the security door. Alright, so maybe it's just because I haven't actually gone into the lobby yet. That could be the one and only reason. Yeah, I can punch through the floor. That would do it. Speaking of, let's punch through the floor. Take command of the Gravitas lobby. See what else it's attached to. Water too hot. Do need to correct this. Okay, so if send you up here. Copper piping. Out there at the extremity. Come on back down. Come back down and then need to do this. Because that is the nature of the pipe spaghetti I have constructed. I've finished pumping out this section. I definitely now live in an age of conductive wire. My vast preponderance of copper. Only some of which is unreasonably warm. Oh, hold on, when did liquid get loose in the upper base here? Okay, so putting in the potentially scalding hot fresh copper wire in the place that has the heat problem, it's fine. I guess stank water managed to leak through the roof when we redid this segment. That would have to be it. Let's get a barrier up. And okay, the air is being forcibly cycled. Some methane has collected. Stove operational, perhaps? Yes, I will nudge these for lore. Okay, we can steal the windows. Can't steal the couch. And steal the lobby door. Okay, this is able to destroy itself while it's operating. I should rebuild that in steel. Since amalgam was clearly not enough. I'll have the plastic for all my comfy beds. And just slay this brick of ice. medicines. Just a few. As the budget allows, I may want to engage some kind of active cooling on the, steam geyser. This corner is doing an alright job of sinking more heat. That'll last a while. So we now have all of this cold rock to be in contact with. Kicking in a series of different cans down the road. Where over here we have stifling overheat problems, and right over here we have liquid chlorine dripping off the ceilings. Such is the majesty. Okay, so. Various recreational devices are coming into existence. You'll love to see it. Polymer press, made of steel. Sitting right there. Actually doing too well with cooling that pipe. Okay, solution. Got water that splits up and goes its separate ways here. Don't want the drain valve to exist anymore, not in the form that I have it. set up our next iteration on the heatsink for our whole plumbing rig here. And I think the way we do that, by burrowing over and not quite touching this ice. And now that we have this main shaft, all sorts of things that we dig up are just going to accumulate down on this plate. Ease of collection. I need to, like, load balance some of my oxygen usage a little better. Let's see, if I actually cut off that line, then run this line, across the air conditioning, and out to all of this. Now, once again, things are fine. Keep letting hotter and hotter water through the barricade. Things stay quite hot up in the work base. Maybe I just plow through this ice brick. Really, what's stopping me? Nothing. You did what you could. Bonus kilns. Wait, do I have frozen oil sitting around somewhere? Is there oil ice? Freezes at -40. So yeah, probably scattered about. Somewhere in the midst of all of this is solid oil. Luxury apartments with just a small case of ankle-deep frozen water in some of the units. Small problem. Only a problem if you let it, really. And yes, let me just slam this valve open. Full power. Lung is outputting at full speed. Well, okay, we now have mirth leave. Good. Have been buffering some chlorine. We are at the point of needing more power. Which there is an answer. allocating all of that refined copper is going to, it's going to help. It's going to distribute some of this astounding heat that still lurks in the copper ingot. Looks like the main heat spike is dissipating a bit. By installing that all along the main ladder, that'll also improve the heat conduction of the spine of the base. That now exist. Let the water flow. Water knows what it's doing. Water knows where it is by knowing where it isn't. Not yet necessary to assemble a killdozer. A chilldozer. It is time to go to space. It is time to attack the sun. So to do that, one must needs build an airlock. Have one edge of the map is here. The other is over there. We make contact over in this general area. I could just use the Gravitas Lounge. Or use the, abundance of pressure that I already have established over here. Regardless, so I want a staging area for, like, glass and some other things. Glass and steel, or I can just trust that the dupes are going to shuttle things up when the damn well feel like it. Steel remains the main issue. That without a lot of steel, whatever I set up here is just going to be... It's going to have the added cost of being constantly replaced after it gets pulverized. I have enough for a couple of bunker door, though. We might be good to go. Lowest known point on the surface is like over here. Like, the entire airlock portion of the airlock should be indoors. So, starting there. Tubes are something to add to this process at a later point. Oh, incidentally, hey, research. Hey, research. Go grab the one very important thing for making an airlock behave the way you'd think it would. So, disassemble all these suit checkpoints, because I wound up not using suits for this area. Instead, a couple of suits. At least some. Now, this vacuum is dealt with by the fact that I blocked it off with a wall ages ago. Also, the oil naturally created a liquid lock at this corner here. That would be the lazy way to go about making my exit, especially if folks are already suited up at the moment they cross that line. Severing both of these. Don't need this equipment here anymore. Going to bring in oxygen. It will be, yeah, all of this. going to repurpose this vent. Got a bit of methane stored for now. There you go. May have been a bit soon to deploy all of that copper into the big cable. I'll retrieve some of that. I won't undo any of the laying that has already happened. That's all still going to be used for that purpose. Rather, he's down here. Now this happens to have a bunch of oxygen in it. Dump that onto this. Just while we're here. I think this is how we're going to get our useful attack work done. Anytime we need to thaw a block of ice, just that's where the kilns will migrate to. Wood chlorine, its natural habitat. Part of the beach. Just pop directly out. Farm's doing fine. I think farm has become a bit too cold. Can reseal some of this insulation. Hey, various graphs. Okay, there's calorie generation and calorie consumption side by side, but not quite cleanly enough to, keep an eye on that number. I think we've stabilized just by getting this farm back online. There's always room for concern. That's some pretty hot air. Take a chunk of glass. Very thoughtful. Always welcome. Output pipe full. Inconvenient. It in fact overstuffed the coolant line here and caused a small problem. Gotta put in a little relief corner. Rooms do have some purpose other than morale. There's at least one that, well, two, yeah. 3 even. Power plants, greenhouses, and staples need to meet their definitions in order to activate their respective workstations. Yeah, I'll punch out this abyssal light. Replace that with proper insulated wall. Duplicate checkpoints. I really only need to worry about enforcing the one direction. In as much as I need to worry at all. Okay, wait. The signal wants to do two things. If there's any air pressure, or some appropriately low threshold of air pressure, run the pump. And then, when we have successfully removed that pressure from the room, permit exit. And yeah, we need this. We will want the space scanner for effectively running our solar prop. We were at, like, slightly food negative, maybe? I guess if anything, I can take that as the sign that I should build some kind of ranch. These haven't heated up yet, but I'm not too concerned about it. Living temperatures of a hatch. Hatches, where are you hanging out? Basically everywhere. Ideally 10 to 20. Cool, but not hot. Could just as well ranch them over here. Proximity to the volcano means that they're plenty warm. Easy access to bus station. For someday, in the event the bus station becomes capable. I'm thinking only standard hatch. I don't have a gimmick. So... Stables, 96 tiles. Means very long, if we intend to make a long room out of them. Less so if I truncate. Well by 8. Forms that cleanly, so... 12 by 8 or something more awkward like a 10 by 9. Or a 12 by 9 and I put a couple of tiles back into it to knock out the extra space. Like that. So, branching things. Animal groomer. Animal drop-off. Animal feeder. And incubator, although I'm going to leave the incubators unpowered. Incubator, which I could situate in the room up above. Make out of lead. For the children. No, yes, none of that requires power. The incubators appreciate power, but I can do without. Base, very hot. Okay, the new plan. So, water shows up here. It is potentially very hot. Send it all the way up to the cooling loop. Then bring it back down. Should probably also move that air conditioner then. Or re-insulate the part of the floor that it is on. The heat from that is just getting back in. I hate to see that. Yeah, there we go. Extend cooling. Gradually rein back in my standards on that thermostat until that has meaning again. The water is incredibly hot. We need to do even more to cool it off, I guess. Eventually, when there is much power, then it will just be a job for aqua tuners to refrigerate that water down. Pressure is above 1. Say yes, air pump, and no, don't exit. Yeah, welcome. What to do about oxygen? Wave after wave. I take it some manner of event that's just gone through. Given what's been possible recently, ghosts? Could be ghosts. Several streams are haunted. Okay, I can't reach that that roof using these ladders. That's fine, I'll just leave those there. It's a look. The haunting season is upon us. That much is true. And pressurizing all those suits. Soon be possible for most of the population of the base to just go outside and look at hot dirt mostly. But someday, soon, the sun. We haven't had any active morbs in the base for ages. Those were mostly cleared out.
Beep.
Fixing the temperature problem a bit. Part of the usual permanent state of things is temperature problems. Just keep opening and closing and calibrating the insulation. Make it longer and longer radiant tubes. Eventually something will stick. It's the price you pay when you drink directly from the steam geyser. That kind of luxury has consequences. Add another section to the fire pole. Kiln's doing work. Orbs doing work. Okay, so if I set this place up to run 8 hatches, then decide on the appropriate hatch foods. Which is mostly sandstone, sedimentary rock. Just sedimentary rock for now. I would not feed them my sand or my tofu. Alright, now. High priority. Franklin. Where are all those hatch even wandering around? Catch the ones that are just freely walking. And then I could try to sweep the eggs up into storage. Well, right, if I run the incubators, that will handle that. Printer, what you got? Perfect. You'll love to see it. And let's wire this thing up. Not that anyone has time to step on this wheel. I've made everyone busy again. And okay, so let's see. Room definition. This is too big. To be an official stable. Is 96, needs to be, well, is 104, needs to be 96. And still has further adjustment waiting for it. Just add a lump. A helpful feature. 201, and then those 4 will finish it. Although I get 3 more back. Let's hold on, different assessment here. 102. That cancels that. That cancels that. One of these cancels one of those. Sinking 3 more tiles right now. We'll sort this out. Several suits have air. And there's less than 1 milligram of atmosphere in the... Alright, if I just set this to 0, above 0, will it ever be satisfied? That is a lot of effort to take that last gram of atmosphere out of there. I think that's good enough. That is close enough to vacuum for our purposes. We have space access. And our local material is igneous and mafic. Gonna go, like, all the way over to the edge. Or rather, I know already from research that you need 15 tiles on one side and 13 tiles on the other of clearance for your space radars when you start setting those up. So if for convenience I just go with 15 and 15. So around here is where I need to set up a scanner. And yeah, get a platform for it to sit on and give it a clear view of the sky. Something up there is melting. Or, okay, that's dogs. That's slightly injured dogs. Surface is breached. We've done it. Yeah, so, scanner friend here. At least one of these is necessary to have our active countermeasures against space rocks. And studying the cosmos can also follow, I guess, if you like. That's a way you can spend your time. Plants are still overheating. Hate to see that. Well, yeah, because now I'm bringing the hot water right past the door. Alright, so I want the outgoing hot water pipe be insulated. At least for a little while. Space is incredibly loud. That's how it do. Alright, so how much of this needs to fall down? A lot, before I would actually be in contact with light. Dog. our calorie count is declining pretty steadily. Need to fix food problems, but also want to go to space. Alright, just need to reclaim one more tile. Right? Right. Get one off there, and then just rebuild all of this out of diamond. I love it. A lot of miscellaneous surfaces. Ending up under a layer of piss. Mysterious. Where is this coming from? Peculiar. Oh yeah, a lot of folks are still living up in the barracks. Most of the comfy beds are unclaimed at this time. Some of the comfy beds are still covered in ankle-deep frigid water. Very comfortable, though. And I can go ahead and do the same for mesh tables. Everybody. Free Mima. Ubi. Someone got assigned twice. Or was otherwise missed. Stinky. Over there. We've got 200 tons of soil sitting around. As far as supplementing food output, let me just go ahead and rebuild a mealwood farm. Somewhere. Or should I clutch this into existence? I'm going to leave the gap here. I like the gap. Like this weird air hole that has wound up as part of the structure. Here would be a natural place to have a floor going by our tube plan. Back to around here. And not even going to worry about optimizing our vertical space here. Come in and do it again. I will leave that FridgeWorld running. I'm okay with that. That little pocket of passive cooling. That can live. For now. Be time to move the algae distiller. In a bit. This old storage bin for seeds. Nothing ever went in it. Tragic. And I can move this medical cot. I just toss that down here. Yeah. Rather than carbon gathering around my food storage bins here. Fortunately, no one is using them yet, so that's fine. They've instead collected stank air. No worries, I'll just cancel the whole existence of that. a bunch of dirt in the vicinity of Dirt Farm. And someone has started to build the space ladder. Giving us a gradually better view of... There! The sun! Space! Around here is where the space rock becomes warm rather than cold. That is yet more heat to manage. We claw our way up there. Brick of aluminum. Good find. Can only approve of brick of aluminum. Hey. Hey there, child. What are you doing? That's playing too good. Get out of the kiln. Still wild for now. Ranching is going to be a very high priority for our one rancher who was Devin. Devin, become exceptional at ranch. Just the ranchest. I think the other way to deal with that is to just wrangle the child if it gets stuck in the brick. That will be enough to extract it. Maybe. We'll see. I just want them to have a lump that they can hop around on. Is that too much to ask? Baby wants to be in the kiln. Children demand the kiln. At some point, the cycle will come back around to sorting the fluid that accumulates in the basement. Probably around the time that we're ready to deepen that basement. Extend. Okay, so things become a bit less extreme up here. Yes, good. Good. Good, acceptable. Air conditioner is still desperately trying to run, but can't. Farm is mostly overwarm, but stabilizing a little. The extra heat is bleeding out the left wall. Well, these can survive down to 5 degrees. Alright, I can let the temperature get much lower in here. Yeah, it's fine. These are the things you work out. Iteratively. Each generation less on fire than the one before it. we may actually have to move you. There's another live Wheezeward somewhere that's hooting away, probably. If I just leave the seed around some cat, we'll replant it. Okay, air pressure is a bit down in lower base. Distribution concerns may mean that I am now actually stressing the capacity of this device. This too is fine. Alright, yeah, here's the surface. Here's the regolith. There's that space meat. Space is full of meat. If you can set up the appropriate system for keeping these guys, they are extremely lucrative. Space meat. We've managed to gather a lot of our oil, get it pressed into plastic, and then that plastic pressed into surface and stuff for the facility. Space actually incredibly habitable. There's free meat everywhere. Get it on that. Yeah, we still have our fish surviving well enough. I should domesticate that fish. You can catch fish, put them to work, and farm them. They can scale very well. Actually, capturing the fish requires devices. Yeah. You throw one of these down, bait it appropriately, we'll snag you a fish, and then you redistribute it to wherever you've set up your fish hatchery. Once again, people are living near the printing pod. I guess I'll supplement the local air supply by re-establishing a diffuser. For old time's sake. seem to have cleaned out all the chlorine that made it here as well. So I will actually disable this. That battery will just be charged and ready to do nothing in particular. Progress of a sort. The commutes remain long. Okay, we got the child out of the brick. Supplemented the child with some friends. They're still wild for now. And this is still happening. This is the life cycle this fish has created, where it's gradually destroying its own habitat. It's beautiful. That's nature. Now, hold on. I have cut off that by accident. Bypass that real quick, so we don't have backlog forming needlessly. Yeah, so to remind, I noticed this earlier, this fish purifies water that it lives in. It's a living water filter. So it's swimming around in the coolant pond, gradually creating a thin layer of pure water, which has a higher freezing point. Meaning that it will freeze as it equalizes with the extreme cold that's down here in the corner of the coolant pond. So left to its own devices, it would gradually purify and thus solidify the entire lake that it lives in. Fortunately, it has the heat of our whole industrial setup to keep it alive. At least when the power is on. "20 days from now, we get to see the volcano tamer take another crack at things. Hold on, that doesn't need to be running. For now, this checkpoint has fulfilled its purpose. Let's take this print and then wind down. Spare crab. Actually like to store and maintain crab. So to do next time, crab. Check on crab vital statistics. Can live it down to -30, consumes rot, produces sand. Store the crab. Perhaps even domesticate and actively feed the crab. Tricky thing to do because this is material that sublimates into stank. To be determined. Logistics of crab. Crab has entered the fridge.